This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. We're looking at the actually very small antelope, but this Bok. And this is what they're out about here, feeding, looking for their own food. Was also mongoose ran across in front of them. So join us, jump aboard on your very own live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon, everybody again. We are now still looking at a beautiful Steenbok, two of them, probably male and a female. That's what it's all about, always with these little animals. So my name is Andrew, and I have Theo this afternoon. So our plan is to actually begin in this area. We're actually sitting on a very much top of the quarantine where we can scan around us, which if it was elephant, of course, would be already spotting them, but it looks like 9 around here. So our plan is to go around, look for them. It's up in the sky where you can see also the Steenboks sitting right in the shiny beauty of the sun penetrating through in there. Temperatures of today is 28 degrees Celsius, 83 Fahrenheit. But remember, we're coming to you live from this location as well. So it's for you to send us the questions using hashtag WildEarth on Twitter as well as at FC on YouTube channel. If you are under the age of 18, you can also send us an email via kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. But always simple if you go register on WildEarth website and head over to the live safari page, and you can submit your question there, and then we'll be answering them for you. They just went hide behind the log, so they don't feel really disturbed. They're just taking their own time because it's very open. They can see around them clearly. So I'll be searching for this afternoon from here to the south, which is the southern boundary, Garime, that area, possibly jump into Chitwa. To Charles, who's going to be also looking around. And then also have a Nick in Gala as well as Mark in Pride Land, Juan in Tswalu. So I'm going to carry on moving. Let's have a quick look at the weather in all our various different locations.
Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Tswalu Kalahari, starting up with this gorgeous, stunning view of all these numbers and numbers of springbuck just walking across this stunning landscape, joined by a beautiful young kudu male in the backdrop, but just a beautiful, stunning entrance to this drive for this afternoon safari. Just beautiful coming to your live safari in the Kalahari this afternoon. I'm Yuan, your guide, and behind the camera this afternoon is Gerrit, and we will be your team this afternoon in the Kalahari. But just going back to that gorgeous, beautiful, stunning springbuck just walking through. Loads of females, as we can see, coming through in that particular spot, as there's lots of young well, shall I say, smaller horns on the heads of these females coming through and so on, and the male's horns are much denser, thicker in the bases of the horns itself, but just so beautiful. I know you were looking at some impala with Andrew earlier on. Obviously, those females of those impala has got no horns, males has, but looking at this particular species, people often make a bit of a mistake between distinguishing between springbuck and impala, but looking at this is actually quite nice that you had those impalas before this, because looking at the springbuck, you got multicolors on these particular animals, and then very interesting that both sexes, the sexual dimorphism between the two, looking at the female having those thin horns and the males obviously those dense thick-based horns, but a stunning white face, beautiful white belly, and stunning animals just coming through, just looking at those colors as Gert is highlighting them there. But just so beautiful looking at the composition coming together there, starting up the afternoon safari with those impalas from Andrew and then coming up to the springbuck. Lisa, you're wondering if all antelope species have a rutting season? For sure. You have a specific season for most of your antelope, well, for all of your antelope, but for certain times of the year for certain other animals. But for majority of the species, especially in the Kalahari, in a desert environment, you often get to that formality where you would find your springbuck and all of your smaller type of antelope around December, January. And then you will find towards now you'll have your bigger antelope, for instance, the month of May, June. We're already getting to the end of the rutting season, although the mating season for kudu. But yeah, we in the time of the year now where potential quite a bit of bellies of springbuck are being pregnant, and so it changes over. It's just a beautiful example of how it changes over completely. Let's just try to move a bit forward here. Let's see if we can get a nice shot in this particular spot. Come through in this area. Just want to idle a bit more because this is so gorgeous, seeing such a rather large, nice number of the springbuck coming through in this particular position. Just beautiful. So I just want to clear them out a bit here. There is a bit of a spot here which is quite stunning and opening up there. Just beautiful seeing how they're all coming together in that spot walking through. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier on, you do get specific times of the year for certain species, and it changes over due to the way of their lifestyle, what they need to cope with in a desert environment. So it continuously happens where it changes over constantly. Looking at the springbuck with the horns being much thinner, just in the front ground behind these twigs, I mean, this is typically the females that you can see there, and then way at the back is much thicker horns, and that's a nice way of distinguishing between male and female. That's a male standing in the background there. I'm going to actually just pull it a tiny bit further more forward and just see if we can maybe just clear it out a bit more there, because this is so stunning, seeing such a nice number of springbuck together. One couldn't ask for more to start an afternoon like that. I mean, just a huge, huge number of springbuck coming together. I mean, just so beautiful, seeing them all in all. So yeah, majority of these ones are females, and like the impalas, you get a territorial male that hangs out in a certain area. And so the females would join that territorial male, and they would come for a certain period of time, walking along with that territorial male, dominating those ladies, and all of them actually. And you'll see the females have much thinner necks as opposed to the males, for instance. All of these in the frame mostly are females, and looking at the bigger picture, most of them are youngsters, like this one in the middle here in the front line. This is also a lamb lying down from the previous season. But yeah, looking at this all coming together, I mean, just so beautiful, seeing such a rather large number of antelope. So yeah, we're going to be continuing further south this afternoon and just looking at what other species of beautiful animals of the Kalahari we can come across. Later on this afternoon, we're going to link up to a warthol as well, where we're going to sit and wait a bit and see what rocks up, maybe possibly some brown hyena. In the meanwhile, we're going to be sending you back over to another gorgeous destination for another beautiful, beautiful area.
Certainly would like to say hello. Hello, everyone. It's a wonderful afternoon. It's a little bit breezy. It's quite nice and warm. As you can see, there's a hippo and a giraffe just wandering away from the waterhole after having a nice thirst-quenching drink. The hippo, of course, taking up his usual spot. Hi everyone, my name's Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Craig, and this is Eco-Training's Pridelands Conservancy. We're going to take it easy this afternoon, just enjoy this area around Ndlovu Dam. It's been a couple of days away, so it's nice to ease back into it. Oh, what's happened? Why is the giraffe running away? What happened there? Something gave it a fright. Look where it's looking. The giraffe is looking somewhere just behind the dam wall. Now, I know there was a lioness that was around here earlier today. Our tracking partner, Morris, did find her hunting impalas. Now, we don't know where she's gone the rest of the day, but that giraffe just galloped a short distance away, stopped and turned around, and is now looking back in that direction. But now it's walking there, so I think it probably just got a fright from something that's not actually dangerous to it. Or it's trying to get a better look. They are curious animals. Let me have a look with my binoculars if I can see anything. It's sort of looking all around here now. Is it feeding? Yeah, it's starting to feed. No, I think it was nothing. I think it might have gotten a fright from something like a warthog. Or maybe an impala. There were some impalas there earlier drinking from that side of the dam. But nothing, although it is still looking that way. Mysterious. Well, anything can happen. This is a live safari. I mean, it's just as likely that a whole pride of lions will come walking over the dam wall to come and quench their thirst. We know that 17 lions were in the area a few days ago. They just popped in and then moved away again. Daniel, it is a great view. I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, every day sitting at a dam, especially this dam, Ndlovu Dam, is wonderful because there are just a huge abundance of bird life. There's this hippo which has now taken up residence. The giraffes coming down. This morning I went to the HQ, which is not so far from here, and there was a whole herd of buffalo, which is also here. Or there, rather, I should say. So much that can happen, especially as it gets drier. I mean, you can see that whole bank on that side of the dam is getting drier and drier. The grass is all golden, the trees are losing most of their leaves, and so animals that would normally be able to get most of their moisture requirements from the food that they eat will start to come more and more to the water to get what they need. So if anything, this dam will just get better and better. So the giraffe is slowly moving away behind the dam wall. We won't go down that way. We'll maybe go onto the dam wall itself and do a big loop of the area. And whilst we do so, we'll be sending you over to one of the other live safari locations.
Welcome back, everybody. How do you miss something like this? This is just unavoidable. By far, this is one of my most favorite antelope. This is just so beautiful, looking at this gorgeous beast of the desert lands coming through in the Kalahari. I mean, kudu are widely dispersed all over Africa, but this being the greater kudu in this area is, I mean, this is just such a magnificent animal. Now, something that touch base on something that is quite amazing here for me is looking at that strong neck muscles while he's feeding on that leaves of that tree itself. Is this time of the year there's quite a bit of increase of testosterone happening, as there's an increase of sharp sunlight happening with the winter skies in the desert. And so as kudu enters their mating season, they get to a point where that testosterone bulking up system happens, where it bulks up the muscle build on the neck, and so it makes the neck even stronger, carrying that beautiful rack of horns as he's walking through feeding. So as they're going into mating season, these kudu will go, especially young males looking like this, they would actually will have this beauty contest because they've already bulked up so much like a bodybuilder with that strong neck. So what happens is they have this beauty contest where they stare down each other, And the two last remaining ones in this beauty contest, that's the two last remaining winners, they will actually go into a full-on battle. And that full-on battle is why, the main reason why that bulking up system of the neck muscles have been happening. Because as they hit each other quite strong and the horns sometimes lock into each other for that fight dominant structures happening before they actually go into mating season, they need to be strong enough so they don't die so easily when the horns will actually lock when they're fighting against each other. So pretty much just from that point of view, that is why this animal bulks up such a beautiful neck muscle system, such strong neck muscles. And just because otherwise they will get to a point where they could possibly be getting killed easily by another male. But just so beautiful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome aboard with me. It's me, Trishala. I've got Morgan on camera with me this afternoon. And it's nice and warm, and you know what that means? Spend some time at the dam. Now, I've just gone all the way up to the northern boundary and Gallagher shortcut, Aubrey's Road, looking for elephants that I actually saw this morning, heading in that direction towards the end of show. I thought maybe if, you know, they found a nice patch, they would stick around there, but obviously not. So we're now going to head in our original direction, our original plan, which was to do Western Quarantine, where we are now, and then go all the way down to the dam where we'll spend some time, just park off and see what comes along to drink. We've had some nice times like that, watching giraffes drink. There was a time that Tiger came down to drink, and of course many elephants, and a fleeting glance of Milwaukee. So we'll do that. I want to check on the owls again today, see if they're around, although the last couple times I've been checking, I haven't seen them. But it doesn't hurt to check again. And I've been finding a lot of elephants in that particular spot as well. I think it's quite, the water table is quite high in that particular spot. So elephants have been digging a lot there. So that's our plan. It's a really, really nice day. So I think the dam, or parking at the dam, kind of feels like a beach day, where we just kind of sit there and get to watch the water and what comes down. So I'm excited. But I'm going to send you now over to Ngala, where they seem to already have some elephants that are digging for water.
Good afternoon and welcome to And Beyond Ngala, everybody. A very sunny afternoon, and as you can see, we have managed to find ourselves a small herd of elephants in the Timbavati River. My name is Nick, and behind camera we've got Odie this afternoon. And our plan was actually, because we saw lots of tracks of elephants this morning, all heading in the direction of the Timbavati riverbed, we thought we might get lucky with finding some of them digging for water. And as we suspected, we have found a small herd here, and you can see that female there. So she threw a bit of that water, the youngster there, busy sort of playing around a little bit, feeding to a certain extent. You can see how it's stopping now, and it's having a look back to us. Ears are out listening. We've been watching the calves. That calf was actually suckling a little bit earlier, and now it's moved on to also playing with some of the vegetation and actually trying to eat it. It's easy to imagine why these elephants have decided to come down here, considering the fact that it's still warm. It's a good question, Nancy, and they're able to find where the water is through trial and error. So sometimes you'll see them digging in areas where they don't come right with finding water, and other times they will dig and find it. And I think a lot of it has to do with their sense of smell. They've got an unbelievable sense of smell, and they might be able to pick up on areas where the water's a little bit shallower, and where if they dig only a few meters, they'll get access to it. What we've noticed this year as well is that the elephant herds have been, as soon as one area has been dug and water's been found, the herds and the bulls have been continuously revisiting those areas and digging at them. I mean, you can see behind it, if you just zoom out a little bit, if you look there on the left, you can see quite a solid rock formation, and this is quite a prominent bend in the Timbavati River, not too far west from Tented Camp. And you can imagine with the rock here, there's probably a lot of underlying rock underneath the river that's then forcing the water up and also holding good amounts of water just below the sand. So often along these bends in the river, they will come and dig. And that's why I think they're here this afternoon. Often when they find water in the riverbed, if you go back towards that big female, watch her trunk, and every now and then she'll try and suck up a whole bunch of water, and then let's see if she drinks it or if she sprays it out, because I think there's quite a lot of sand in there. There we go, you can see her actually throwing some of the sand out of the hole. We've also been watching them throwing sand all over themselves, just putting all the moist sand, just cooling themselves down a little bit. Definitely not as bad for them as it would be midsummer. She obviously wasn't happy with that water that she sucked into her trunk. And the reason why they've come down to the riverbed, I mean, we've seen there's still quite a few of the seasonal pans. They are starting to dry up rapidly, but they do still have a little bit of water in. But that water tends to be rather muddy, and you can imagine it's sitting there for long periods of day when it's quite shallow. It probably also gets quite hot. So the elephants are intelligent animals, and they like to drink clean, fresh water that's a little bit colder. So that's why they come towards the riverbed and dig. And I mean, if you dig in certain sections, I'm sure where she's busy spraying water, if you dig within 1.5 meters to 2 meters deep in the sand, the water sieves through the sand, and it's crystal clear, nice and cool. So it really is a preferred source of water for these elephants. There, she had a little bit of a drink. So it looks like she's just been trying to excavate the hole a little bit, remove some of that excess sand. And now you can imagine how the water's starting to sieve through. Unbelievably peaceful sitting in the riverbed. Odie and myself managed to find a nice patch of shade that we are thoroughly enjoying while watching these elephants. You can actually see that youngster now as well, just trying to dig into the sand a little bit. Has probably watched Mom this afternoon and seen just how she does it. Now giving it a go on its own, but more interested in throwing dry sand on his back. See how all of them are busy flapping their ears as well, trying to stay as cool as possible. You can actually see the complex network of capillaries in the ear. Wait for that youngster to just bring it against its body, and then you can see those really complex network of veins within the ear, and that's how they are managing to stay cool. They can pump a large amount of blood through those veins, and the ears are very, very thin. So when flapping them and having that warmer blood coming through their veins by flapping them, they can actually cool their blood down and thus regulate their temperature. I'm sure these elephants are probably going to spend a bit of a longer time here within the riverbed. They seem content. They don't seem like they're in a rush to move anywhere. Probably going to continue digging and drinking, and then what they might do is move along the bank. You can see where those young ones are feeding. They're just where the one in the middle's walking past as well. There's still some nice green grass around the riverbed and some nice bush for them to feed on as well. So I don't think they'll be in a rush to move away from this riverbed this evening.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody, we got it looks like a small herd of elephants in this wood. We just heard them from the road. And they didn't actually sound that far away, which of course we got them. But there's probably more in the bush. So much of a noise is all the trees movement. But these are the only ones that are visible for us. And she seems to be one of the bigger one here. Gotta be more of the bigger one, but she's one of them, that cow. And when I look at that, Seems to be a little harder for her to break branches because I don't see tusk at the moment on her. Just keep an eye. And a young one came and joined. But there is another big cow just came in. It's about to cross. They're probably trying to smell at us. Nazareth, you're asking how old is that baby elephant that we can see over there? That is above a year old already. And the tusk already pop out. There's a big cow coming in. But there's actually various different young. I'm just gonna see there's another one that's about to come out. And the other one. That is probably about 2 years upwards. Maybe that also same as the other one in age. It just looks like at the moment these two are the full grown amongst this member here, and they're the one in control, just making sure everybody are all safe. And then looks like they're just going to go share all of them. That little shadow. Mrs. Ellen Sloth, you're asking if there is a difference between the Indian elephant and African elephant. It is different. Where Indian elephant, they don't have such ears as these one. Their ears so small. And also, there's some unique way that makes some difference where this one, African elephants, male and female, they also had a secretion. They have a temporina, which is sweat of the glands on both sides of their ears, between the eye and the ears as well. So in Indian elephants, probably only males would have a temporine gland. And also their tuskers as Indian elephants, they don't really develop much wider length than this species. So they're sharing a little of a shed. They came across there, and they all just went stationary, probably waiting for our members to come out. And they wander in and out of this area. Night and a day, there's no limit of them moving. And they aren't territorial. They can move anywhere they want. So this is one of the female, easily to tell that square shape of a head, where male they have a round head. And since the male, they don't really associate with females all the time, I believe that Aunt one here, just gonna wait to see if the roll member come out. So probably it is one, maybe not, but I doubt that. So this is the one without a tusk. I'm not sure what happened to it. So I'm gonna sit still here.
I am sitting here at Twin Dams, and I'm basically settling down for the next hour and a half. Nice spot of shade. We've got our hippos there at the edge. So we'll see what comes to drink. I did hear that, everybody. I just don't know what would make. Did you guys hear that? That is a very interesting sound. I mean, we can go investigate it. It sounds like a bird. I just don't know that sound. It's not the sound of a hammerkop, which is a bird I can see. It doesn't sound like a distress call. I don't know, actually. I think it's a bird. I'll just have to figure out which one is wailing this afternoon. That is very interesting. Well, we're going to sit here and we're going to try and figure out what it is that is wailing at Twin Dams and whatever else comes on down to drink.
Welcome back, everybody, and as you can see, we've been arriving at our waterhole and we're sitting in dead silence waiting upon these animals. And what a gorgeous view, having this backdrop of this mountain, looking at this area. And we've got a few visitors already at this water point. There's some beautiful, beautiful South African shoal ducks. Look at that, just beautiful. So this is the adult one standing in front of the oryx there, and there's some little ones coming through in the front ground as well, some tiny ones, and there's a blacksmith lapwing, beautiful blacksmith lapwing. And for those of you that's been watching the show last year, you would recognize this waterhole actually from the point of where Dylan was sitting here way back then and filming that brown hyena. And this is why one of the reasons why we're waiting upon this stunning waterhole. Just looking at these beautiful little youngsters of the shoal duck here, just so gorgeous. And what's amazing about these guys is that they came from an aardvark burrow. The crazy thing is these guys actually nest. Look at how that guy is displaying over there. And they actually nest in aardvark burrows. And once the youngsters are old enough to come to the waters, then they'll come up to positions like this, but just very, very beautiful. Look at those colors coming through there on these particular little guys. Just so awesome. And just looking at from all these guys. Marianne, you are commenting that it is a fantastic scenery coming up into this position. It is really, I couldn't agree more. It's literally just such a stunning, beautiful view overlooking this beautiful waterhole. And having these little gracious little ones, little youngsters being just around on the waters, just swimming around and so on, joined by the adults, by the pair, the mother and the father coming together here. But just so beautiful. Looking at this location, there's one of the adults sitting with its beautiful white face on the edge of the bank there on the other side as well. But just so graceful seeing these little ones coming through. And so they do have a tough time actually surviving sometimes, like where you'll have animals coming up to the edge of this area. And sometimes little cats like caracals that come for a drink every now and again could potentially catch up on them. As you can see, this adult one is actually just sitting there and just enjoying this afternoon light coming through. But just very, very beautiful. Look at the colors on that shoal duck. Just so gorgeous. And so, yeah, these guys are constantly feeding around in this area, making their way around the waters. And, so in the meanwhile, guys, we're going to continue watching this beautiful, beautiful view and keep on going and see what we can get for the afternoon. We'll keep you posted.
And in the meanwhile, sending you back over to another gorgeous destination.
Taking a short break because we found something pretty cool. We're going to have ourselves a little whodunit. Now we've got a pile of very dried dung or droppings, or just wanted to find out, what do you think this could have been? Look where we are. We're like a drainage line right now, very sandy area. It's very dry, and just wondering what animal might have walked down here and left this pile of dung here. Now there's sort of clumpy. It's sort of got clumpy bits in it. It's very grey at the moment because it's very dry. Now this animal was probably walking through here sometime when it was a little bit cooler, maybe when it was a little bit darker, or maybe even when it was a little bit wetter. This animal might have been walking through here. Now, what animal do you think might use a place like this? Imagine summertime, all these thickets, all these trees have got lots of foliage, lots of shade, maybe even a trickle of water coming down here. I mean, we can rule out a few things. Wonder what could it have been? What do you think that this was? And I mean, this area is actually really cool. We might do a couple of whodunits in this area because we've got a little pile over there. We've got this tiny little pile over there, which is a different animal. And then there's another pile just behind me over there, which is yet again another different animal. They all seem to have been using this area. Now, why would they have been using this area? Think about what animals need. What do animals need when they're out here in the bush? They need shelter. They need water. They need to be able to rest during the day if it's really hot. And this sand, this soil here is nice and cool, especially when you just dig below the surface. Now, it's very dry now because it's the winter, but just below the surface, the temperature down here in the sand is far, far cooler than the surface temperature. So a perfect place to rest. Elizabeth, you think it was a buffalo? Now, Elizabeth, in terms of what this animal was eating mostly, you are correct that it's mostly eating grass. Now, buffalo is a mixed feeder, but they mostly specialize in grass at this time of year. But a buffalo pat, I'm trying to see if there's one around here, Elizabeth, would be far flatter and very dark in color. Here's a little piece of dung that I'm just going to pop on the floor here. So this is from an animal that's a ruminant, okay, just like a buffalo, and this would be very dark in color, just like a buffalo's dung. So this is too pale and it's too rough. It's too fibrous. It's too coarse. This was not a ruminant animal. This animal is a kind of fermenter, almost like a hindgut fermenter. Oh, Olivia, you're right. Well, there's a number of different pellets, but Olivia, if you were looking at that pile of dung right over there, then you would be absolutely correct. Now, I'm just going to sit over here. So you jump in the gun here, and I like that enthusiasm. It's good. So this here is a pile of impala dung. Now, it's just one single impala, probably a male, because they're quite large pellets, but maybe just moving through here. A lot of the impala dung at the moment is in big, huge middens, where they are depositing all their dung together during the rutting season, which just ended, by the way, about a month ago. June, July, June, May, June. Yeah, about a month ago, the rutting season ended. Some few impalas are still arguing and making noise, but I've seen something else now. As we came here, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the camera, but just in front of my stick is a tiny spider. Look how incredible. Oh, don't run away. Stay there. Oh, it's very fast. Look how incredibly well camouflaged it is. Can you see it there, Craig? Just in front of my stick there, where that leaf is. Now, this spider looks like a type of a crab spider. I don't know which exactly crab spider, but it's literally the exact same color as the sand grains. Are you able to see it there? And that's the perfect ambush predator. If an ant or some other small creature was to run along here, the spider would pounce on it. Now, not dangerous to us at all, this spider, but to some small arthropod, it will be a vicious predator, injecting venom that will dissolve its body. They're able to suck it up. But amazing camouflage. But to get back to you, Olivia, this is impala dung. Well done. Now, if you think this is impala dung, maybe, Olivia, you'll be able to tell me what one of these other dungs are. First of all, starting with that big one that I was showing off a bit earlier. And going to the next one. Oh, I think this one's actually being consumed by termites, is it? No, it's not. It's just got sand stuck on there. Ooh, roaming rhino. You think it might have been rhino dung? Let's go and have a look, Craig. We're earning our keep this afternoon. We're up and down. So this over here, excuse my little setup that I made here. I made myself very comfortable. This here, if it was a rhino, it might be similar. A rhino would also eat only grass, just like this animal has eaten, depending on what rhino, of course, if it was a white rhino. Now, one thing that's quite different is that white rhinos are generally also doing middens. If it was a male, it would have a midden, which would be a huge spread out area, and males, especially if they're territorial, will dig around and kick the dung open in order to spread the scent, get it on their feet, and scour the area so that it's only their scent that's there. These little dung balls are quite small. If you look at them individually, this is a small dung ball. Now, a rhino that would be on its own walking around would be an adult, and the dung balls, these boluses, would be much, much larger. So it's not a rhino, but you're getting closer. We've gone from buffalo to rhino, and you're getting closer for sure. A rhino is also a similar digestive system. Oh, Marianne, you're close as well. Okay, so Marianne, this is not an elephant. You're very close, but it's not an elephant because elephants are mixed feeders, eating a whole variety of different things. Now, I've actually broken one of these pellets open, or these boluses open just over here to show you. Inside this is only grass, nothing else. So elephants eat lots of leaf material, and so in leaves there's a chemical called tannin, which is an orangey red color, which makes the dung pile, as it dries, goes this yellowy, orangey color. And this is completely green, very pale green, sometimes even going very gray. No tannins in here, or very little tannin. So think of an animal that's only eating grass, might be walking along a drainage line like this when it was a bit wetter, a little bit cooler maybe. During the day, this animal is generally taking shelter in a particular type of habitat. What could it have been? I wonder, this is very dry. It has hardly even been used. It's a difficult place for many insects to find, because even if I would open this up gently, not much insect activity in here. Procedure, if this was a kudu, this would have been the absolute biggest kudu I've ever seen in my whole life. Now, kudus are almost exclusively browsers, which means they mostly eat leaves, which means their dung won't look like this. I'll show you what a kudu dung does look like, though. I don't know that it is a kudu. It could have been a different animal. Jan Hendrik is desperately trying to hide away from the camera. We keep moving around. Okay, so this procedure is what I believe could be kudu, or maybe another animal, a giraffe, maybe has very similar dung. The large size, one of the largest dung pellets of the antelopes, and the fact that it's quite spread out, could have been giraffe, or it could have been a kudu as well. As it walked here, it might have kicked a few of these pellets, but it's essentially very similar. Now this one, it looks like whatever giraffe or kudu this was that that defecated here, it probably had a lot of moisture in its diet, because these pellets are quite squished together. Look at this one. It's been like completely folded in half. So it means that it had a lot of water in its diet. It might have just been at a dam a little bit earlier. So this is what kudu dung looks like. Very similar to giraffe. On a hard surface, a giraffe dung will be very spread out. Spot on, Spot. Spot, you are spot on. Oh, I've just dropped my radio. I'm getting too excited here. Sorry, Jan Hendrik, we're going to come back to you. You're going to have to move again. Okay, so Spot, you're exactly right. This is hippo dung. So now, hippos will often come out of water at night to get to the grass that they need. Now, it's very green and grassy, just like what they only eat, and a small little pile, small little balls like this is quite common of hippos. Now, sometimes when hippos are out of water, especially if they're males and it's very close to their water hole, they'll often spray their dung around. Now, this particular hippo wasn't doing that. Perhaps it's a young male, or perhaps a female, or perhaps it just didn't feel like it at the time, but it hasn't sprayed any of the dung around, but it is almost certainly hippo dung. They will almost always reverse themselves up against something to defecate, just like this. I wonder if it was actually feeding here. You can see how the grass is actually a lot shorter in that little patch over there. So perhaps this hippo was feeding here and then just decided to defecate to leave a little marker. Well done, Spot. Spot on.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organization. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Welcome back, everybody, and look at that gorgeous, beautiful, stunning shelduck male. He's just gone up to a trough's edge there, just beautiful as he's standing up in the top there in the edges of the water. And yeah, all his little ones are swimming all around him in this particular position. Just before you came to us, we had them feeding quite a lot and quite a bit underwater. I almost said underground, but anyway, so they swim on the waters, and they will actually tilt upside down where the head goes underwater, and they are what you call filter feeders. So they've got these, I want to call it like a serrated dentation structure on the edges of their bills, and so it gets to a point that they will filter feed, washing the water through their mouth and actually feeding on the water materials, everything that they can feed on in this water basis. But just beautiful from that filter feeding point of view. And it was so interesting seeing it actually happening at that particular point. But very, very cool seeing these birds. I mean, this is not something you get to see also every day. I also see quite a lot of other birds on the other side of the bank there. I think I've been seeing quite a bit of the yellow canaries. Been sitting around. We've been having quite a bit of the violet-eared waxbills just flying along
the edges of this waters. So we're going to zoom into that bush there and see what we can find. I mean, there's so much bird life on the edge of that buffalo thorn tree, the top edges of that bush. Just beautiful. Cape turtle doves sitting on the top there. I've been seeing quite a bit of yellow canaries flying around on the top. So yeah, it's definitely the time of the afternoon where there's quite a bit of bird life happening at the moment at the waters that's been coming through. That is the South African shelduck just calling about, just chatting about to this particular area constantly, just chatting every now and again. I can hear another yellow canary. Debbie, you are wondering what's the difference between male and female shelduck. That is the male shelduck on the trough edge there that we can see on the top sitting down. And he's just watching his little ones, youngsters. Like most of your birds, you'll have the males being the pretty ones and the full of color ones, and the females are the ones that's dull in color. But it's because the males need to go through all these courtship displays and everything that they need to make and so on. But just very, very beautiful. Stunning to see all of this bird life coming in, from the shelducks to the canaries to violet earwaxbills to anything that's been coming through at the waters, just coming for a drink and something to feed on. I see some African red-eyed bulbuls sitting down, coming through on the edges on that side. A beautiful bunting, stunning cinnamon-breasted bunting that's just landed in the screen here as well. Just very beautiful. Check out that stripes and the lines on the top of the head. A beautiful cinnamon-breasted bunting. Just gorgeous. And this is the male again coming through here. Just very, very beautiful. Looking at some other birds on the bank there on the edge as well. Just very beautiful seeing those little guys. I see quite a lot of little guys flying around there. We're going to check them out just now as we zoom in. Just on the edge, it looks like some finches. Some scaly-feathered finches, and the interesting thing about them is that, yeah, that's them chirping, coming, flying along. That's the sounds, can you hear it? Very, very beautiful. So that is the scaly-feathered finches, and Afrikaans they call the baardmannetjie. And baardmannetjie basically like talking about a little moustache man. And see some canaries there again. There's an African red-eyed bulbul dropping to the water's edge. There's some beautiful, beautiful canaries to his left, flopping around, more to the left. Beautiful, look at that. Yellow canary, just stunning seeing that yellow canary on the edge of the water. And all of these birds are just coming through for a strong drink at the moment, as it is a good time of the day for them to build up on the moisture levels and everything. But just look at those birds. It's gorgeous seeing those colors from the African red-eyed bulbul to the canaries to everything coming through there. So that's the female canary landing. Another African red-eyed bulbul to the right, of all sitting together there. Just beautiful. Look at that beautiful red rings around the eyes itself of the African red-eyed bulbuls. It's just so interesting. Some of them are quite insectivorous. And just talking about insects and water insects that's around here. Looking at some mosquito life. Funny enough, that's in this area at the moment. You will not believe it, but we're going to try zoom in on some of the water insects that's around at the moment. If you look at the water's edge, it is crazy looking at the amount of mosquitoes. Would you look at that? On the water's edge, that is just crazy. So this is exactly what those birdies are looking for. Sometimes in this area, looking at the mountains close by, you get the rock martins that would hunt on the mosquitoes. And the crazy question is, what on earth is this animal doing in the winter time, or this insect's doing in winter time around here? The bottom line is that they hide in holes and good hiding spots in the nighttime, and then we don't really see a lot of mosquitoes in winter, but yet around water bases they go tuck themselves deep into edges where they can hide quite a lot. But just crazy thinking about that amount of mosquitoes floating on the water, as it is quite a strong water insect. But talking about a rather harsh insect causing harsh, uncomfortable structures, looking at something completely different that we have also just spotted here, something very interesting on the water's edge. Look at that thing appearing. Looking at that edge of the water. So crazy to think about the age of that kudu horns that we literally looking at there. I mean, that is just insane. So what's happening here is this kudu, I haven't physically seen this kudu being killed a long time ago. It was literally, we're roughly speaking, well over a year ago that this animal was caught here. And apparently the story floats that it was actually a clan of spotted hyenas that has been coming through and catching this kudu male here. I have physically seen African wild dogs been chasing around a kudu female in this dam, and I've been having a crazy sighting once upon a time before where the kudus have been running into the water and dogs have been chasing and swimming after this kudu and literally been trying to catch a kudu female, and they've succeeded. They swam it out and they actually caught it. Looking at this particular instance, it has actually been happening in a situation where the water base was much lower down, and it was when it was before the rainy season, and on the edge it's been coming through where this animal's been caught, and it's been happening where the water's been drifting up into towards the horns again. So that is why it's actually in the water. So this animal wasn't really killed inside the water. Guys, there's a whole lot of new visitors that just arrived at this waterhole. I don't know if we can be still able to see, but we've just had a nice herd of oryx coming through. I've seen them just running into the edge of the water. There was a question, and forgive me for not hearing the name there. There was a question coming from somebody there now saying that do we have any lilac-breasted rollers on Tswalu? We do have lilac-breasted rollers, especially, it's Don, my apologies, Don. We do have lilac-breasted rollers in the Kalahari. More so over in the summertime, you see them quite a lot. But I have seen a very rare sighting of a lilac-breasted roller the other day, where I've been seeing one actually about 2 weeks ago, not too long ago. But yeah, very cool seeing these animals slowly but surely starting to make their way in, alongside with loads and loads of bird life in this particular section and region of the waterhole. And this waterhole is quite strongly focused in this particular region of like a massive magnetism attraction to this particular area, because we do have it being quite a stable, very stable water base, and a huge amount of animals gets drawn into this particular position. We've seen some buffalo arriving here. We've had cheetah numbers, brown hyena. In fact, even some aardwolf drinking at this waterhole, and been seeing quite interesting situations happening here. Of course, I've mentioned the dogs. I mean, that's crazy amount of animals that walks into here from, and not even to mention that beautiful springbuck herd we've seen earlier on, alongside with all the oryx that has been coming in. But yeah, incredible amount of animals that's been coming into this water base. Just beautiful seeing this stunning South African shelduck, along with its little, I want to call it ducklings. Just very cool. Then again, you are commenting that Tswalu's landscapes and everything are just, and sceneries are just so beautiful. It's really fantastic. And I mean, to sit in a arena like this, and you've been surrounded by all these gorgeous birds and all of this beautiful silence of this environment, and suddenly having all these gorgeous antelope coming in, walking into this destination. I mean, it is really fantastic. I mean, that herd of oryxes just ran into this particular spot, alongside with these birds continuously just going on as if we non-existent, being in this particular position. I mean, it is just incredible. Breathtaking, very, very beautiful moments. I mean, we live for situations like this. It's really special. Just gorgeous seeing that shelduck going back to filter feeding again there, tucking its head under the water. It's crazy how these birds also have this strong adaptations to stick their heads underwater, and being able to have flaps and things that closes off while they go down looking for their food resource down underwater, and so that water doesn't flow into parts where it shouldn't be. But yeah, very, very cool looking at this stunning scene of this gorgeous bird. See some Namakwa doves flying over us as well. Quite a lot of bird life at the moment. It's crazy looking at the amount of life happening all around us at the moment. Mickey, you are commenting or asking at what age do ducks start to fly? And that is an extremely good question you got there, because the thing is that most of the time they're going to stretch a good 5 months or so before they really start getting to a point where they could start developing a structure to fly proper. Because the thing is that most of the time it gets to the possibility where they got to learn to swim first in this particular region, learn to eat in their regions where they live, and then from there they would start to fly. A good 4 to 5 months as they develop new growth on the wings itself and so on. I mean feathers on wings. Another stunning oryx just popping out his head at the back there, throughout the thickets. Just beautiful, just zooming into that spot at the edge of the thickets. And with that gorgeous animal slowly but surely trying to make his way to the water, we're going to send you back over to Ngala.
And we are continuing our day of birding today. Have a look at this very large brown bird of prey that we've got in the tree. It is quite far away, but can you see how he's got no feathers on his legs? And it is a dark brown bird, relatively big head and sitting very upright. So it looks like a brown snake eagle. One of the larger brown eagles, pretty much the only large brown eagle we have at the moment, other than the resident tawny eagles. All the others would have migrated for the winter. And you can see him, looks like he might be having a look down. Wonder if he hasn't spotted something that he's after. I mean, we are approaching winter, so it is the stage where snakes start looking to find spots to not really hibernate, but ruminate, which means that they will come out on hot days. So a day like today where the sun's out, I actually saw a snake track in the riverbed when we were driving on our way here. So there's a chance that he could potentially find a meal today. Got very good eyesight that they make use of to spot their prey, being mainly snakes and other reptiles, from the top of those trees, and then he'll swoop down and try and gaff the prey species in the talons. Actually now it looks like he's busy grooming himself. Sitting right at the top of one of the very few prominent marula trees in this part of Ngala. It tends to be dominated more by knobthorns. So we're going to continue along this road. This is the area where we last had the tracks of the lion pride this morning, and see if we can't potentially find them.
So we found a little sheltered spot underneath the spike thorn, satin-barked saucerberry leadwood thicket thingy here. And as I was walking past, we kind of walked past it, and then I said, "Whoa, stop, let me just go back." And I got to thinking, we're looking for tracks of this lioness that Morris found earlier, and she moved into this area somewhere. We don't know where she is. We haven't seen a track yet. It's very grassy. But I thought this is the kind of place this lioness would have waited up during the day. I mean, there's a game path running right in front just over here, and there's this nice deep thicket, plenty of shelter from one side, and I think it's going to sneak up behind her if she would push herself underneath here and lay down flat in the grass. She's shaded, she's quiet, she's got a good view out, you know, so anything that might walk past. The wind isn't really blowing that much, but it is quite steady. It'd be the perfect place for her to ambush something that might come along. And I can see there's been something digging around in here, making a bit of a shelter. So there's a lot of, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, Craig, I just noticed it now as I looked over. Something was digging just in here. You can see there's a big scrape sort of mark just behind me. So there have been animals that have used this before. I mean, this could easily be a place where, for example, a porcupine might spend the day or scrub here. Even a hyena, a male hyena that's not associated with the den site exactly, could come here, scrape around and just lie in a thicket, just like this honey badgers as well. There's heaps of animals that will use a thing like this. I mean, it's really well protected. Nothing can attack from behind. So even if a lioness or a warthog or anything felt threatened by something in front, it would just reverse itself back here and put its defensive weapons forward. So that would be tusks or claws or teeth or whatever it might be. I mean, we watched a buffalo do it the other day from the waterhole. It saw us, turned around, ran straight to the nearest thicket and reversed itself in there, using its horns forward, waiting for us to attack. Of course, we weren't attacking. We were just walking past. But it really is the kind of place where an animal would take shelter. It's exactly what I would do.
So we got a beautiful plain zebra, which on a background it's amount of water there, which we actually on the other side of a Tudor dam. All the zebras doing just feeding right in a shade. Virtual zebra or a plain zebra. It's got a beautiful stripe. Looks like a male.
Getting mobile.
And the plain zebra always had a shadow stripe. Some stripe are a little harder to even see. Some are a lot visible. But there is one in amongst the black. Amongst the white. There's a little. Probably a little bit of a limping as well. Just not walking properly, trying to move forward. But the back leg, left and right leg, probably the problem. Yes. Some are asking why do the zebra wagging their tail constantly. So it's a way of the flies all the time. Seems to be all the, even at night they'll do that. They even keep using it, in case there's a flies land in their back. And when they do that, just to also make sure it doesn't have to be in a single of the fly. These buffalo flies land on their back and take a bite from there. So in this species of a zebra, then it comes to slightly different compared to Hartmann zebras and these his stripe almost shows across to the belly, and then in the middle of the belly there's another stripe come from the position of the rear legs and across to the forelegs, and this is where these stripes from both sides drop and join together. When these other one, it just before drop down, then you see a lot of white, is more of a stripe underneath. But also it builds beautifully camouflage when the animal's probably isolated himself in this area. It would be a really easy target, but the stripe helps them when they're in thicket or during the day when they're mixed up in group. Call it dazzle of zebra and nut. When a predator is trying to focus on one, it becomes so difficult to pick a target in there because the stripe, all they're just confused, predators. Especially when they run, all of them in group. You're asking, does this zebra have a limp? Yes. It looks like it's a rare left leg. I'm not sure why, what caused it, probably during possibly running away from danger. It happens when they step on the very wrong ground. They can sometimes twist their legs, or some muscles can be very sensitive after that, and they cannot walk properly for several weeks. You're asking, can a leopard attack zebra? A zebra foal, yes. Mainly these male leopard, because they're actually big in size. They can attack a foal for a few weeks old and then still kill them. But not a lot when they're fully grown, just like we see there. It's a big stallion. There's never a chance for a leopard. It can try, but cannot kill it probably, because it's going to try and carry that leopard away as it runs. So we're going to move to the dam, see what's there.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Look at that beautiful combination of birds that's combined together there, guys. Just seeing that stunning we've got two Cape Glossy starlings and a beautiful crimson-breasted shrike. That's the red one, the beautiful red one, hopping along the edges of the water there, but a beautiful, beautiful, stunning colors. I mean, that is just, talk about blood red. And you can see how he's trying to pick up on the insects on the edge of the water there, this guy. But then also looking at this beautiful African red-eyed bulbul that is sitting alongside with, but just gorgeous, beautiful, seeing that colorful birds in the Kalahari. I mean, you think about it, majority of the birds in the Kalahari is very pale in color, very dull in color. Whereas if you look at the birds like this, I mean, it's just breathtaking to find birds this colorful in the Kalahari's ecosystem. I mean, that is just gorgeous, just looking at that Cape Glossy starlings. Again, just beautiful, seeing them on the edges of the water there as well. Look at that coloration. And that is what you call iridescent coloration. And so that iridescent coloration means that it needs true the sunlight to bring out the true coloration of the feathers to come out there. If it's an overcast a day or so, and then they go off in flight. If it's an overcast day or so, then it will just be a navy dark blue bird. But if you look at what we've just seen here, it's almost like a violent green blue colors. But a fantastic beauty, beautiful, beautiful birds coming through there. I see that crimson-breasted strike to the left-hand side of the buffalo thorn tree, hopping around there again as well. Just to the left-hand side of it there as well. But you're beautiful seeing this stunning scenery coming over. I can hear some more doves coming over again as well. The bird life is just crazy going on here at the moment. Looking at the other banks, that oryx that we spoke about earlier on as well. Those guys have arrived as well. Just beautiful seeing that crimson-breasted strike hopping around as well. Just picking some insects in the grass there. And some of the forbs. Just gorgeous, gorgeous coloration. So there's a very, very cool incident just happened here now. Look at all these
these sociable weavers. And guys, I've been touching base on the story of the ways to survive in the Kalahari. If you look at these guys, I mean, there is such a huge number of them just landed off into the water's edge. And the way to survive out here is teamwork, family, and its partnerships. And what a cool way, a speaking example of that teamwork, family, unity in the foreground, just in front of the Namaquadov. Just in front of the sociable weavers, we got a Namaquadov, but look who's arriving. I just stumbled across my words because look who's arriving at the water. This is crazy, guys. This is insane, and this character's got something in his mouth as well. This is crazy. Look at this. This is a bad-yet fox. I can't see what he's got in his mouth, but just look at that. He doesn't have a clue at all about us being here. I mean, this is crazy. Just insane. I wish he can stop. And across he goes, and off into the bush. Can you believe it? What just happened here? I mean, this is incredible. So that was a bad-yet fox as we were talking about the sociable weavers. And having the sociable weavers and the Namaquadov, I literally got so excited just now. I just stumbled across my words about the birds completely. But you're looking at this particular combination together. I mean, that bad-yet fox that just came running across, he must have caught something. It looks like a little, I want to say a lizard. And we do get the lizards every now and again. If the day warms up quite nicely, they will come and sit on the rocks, and sometimes on the rocks at the edges of the water base here, like the concrete rocks and so. And you'll often get it where they sometimes give up on the ants and termites, and they actually go for little geckos. They will even feed on bugs and crabs and all sorts of things like that as well sometimes. But yeah, he's quite a character that speculates on quite a lot of little characters to hunt on. But yeah, very cool. Very, very awesome what just happened. Guys, just so beautiful seeing these beautiful sociable weavers on the bank of the water here as well. Just so beautiful. But that was a crazy level of surprise and excitement that just happened to that bad-yet fox that just came past. I mean, that was crazy. That was just insane. I feel like it was the right moment, right time. We were looking at the birds, and that is when you guys came live to us, and the next moment, this guy came rock up. Fantastic, guys. So we're going to continue looking here and see what we can find. See who rocks up, and we'll keep you posted. I see more and more oryx coming through. In the meanwhile, sending it back to Andrew. So indeed, we're at the dam here, Chita Dam. Just before we arrive here with these beautiful 3 warthogs. See how they actually get down on their knees in order to reach the ground, because they spend a lot of time up on feeding the whole day. And they finally get tired of that, and they're all gonna go down on their knees. Only one that is up properly, but still moving around. There are dino, they seem feeding during the day. At night, they would be in a hole somewhere, sleeping for the night. So they, in this small group, probably the mother had a third one, slightly bigger, probably the mother, and we're looking at the sounder of a warthog in the group. Blacksmith, a lapwing, also involved in the area, searching for their own food before dark. At least you're asking how many baby can a warthog give birth to at a time? Around 9-8 downwards to a 7. In general, usually 7. But yeah, after gestation period of 160, 170 days, in that time they're so vulnerable when they're still young. Even these two, they still are vulnerable to a leopard, to a lion. But until they are grown up, then of course they will grow as tuskers, who are able to defend themselves, more especially male. Warthog had about anything from 32 to 34 teeth, but then it's actually allowed the animals to survive through their lives, grinding grasses, but they prefer short grass, very short grass, due to their digesting system, where they cannot chew cud. You're asking if the warthog are vulnerable to a hyena. I've never seen a lot of that happen out here. So I've never seen actually a hyena hunt a lot on warthogs. So if that happens, because there's a time also, there's a chance when there is a hyena, they are all a greater clan and group, then of course they can hunt them, but they never actually spend time hunting warthogs. So I'm going to go to the dam wall there just to see the dam here. I'm going to be sending her across to Trishal, which also, she's at the dam.
Yes, I am still here at Twin Dams. I still have faith that something will come walking through here from Baboon Pan, which is just there in Little Gowrie. Like I said, I've stopped hearing any alarm calls, but at least I get to watch this cuteness. Little one resting its head on Mum. I must tell you that Twin Dams doesn't smell that bad today. This afternoon. But this morning and yesterday afternoon, it didn't smell good. That starts to happen when hippos are in a dam, but when the dam water is reduced and reduced and reduced. And so then the concentration of the bacteria that the hippos are expelling into the water is concentrated. Sorry, I got very distracted by what we were waiting for coming to arrive at the dam. No, it's not the possible leopard from Baboon Pan, but it's some elephants. Yay. So the dung of the hippos contains some of their bacteria, and those bacteria are bacteria that are consuming oxygen. So what ends up happening is a lot of oxygen that's in the water gets used up by these bacteria, and if there's too much of it, the water becomes hypoxic or anoxic. So almost no oxygen if it's anoxic. Then it's very, very bad. But it takes a while for it to get to that point. So it could be certain parts that are like that, but it smells a little bit more sulfide-y. So I'm not sure what would be creating that kind of smell on that corner of the dam, besides the hippoflatulence. Yes. I'm quite happy to see all of them coming down like that. Hi, Vivian. You'd like to know how much can a hippo eat? So a hippo, when it gets out of the water, is grazing for several hours, 4 or 5 hours, and in that time, it can consume about 65 kgs of grass. So that is a lot of grass. I want to see what this little hippo does, whether it thinks that it's going to be all macho again. Imagine a little hippo and a little elephant, both each equally thinking they are equally intimidating. Oh, this is great. I love these moments when we can just sit and watch, just enjoy them. And we will sit here and continue to enjoy them. We're not going to go anywhere.
So we're right at the top of Tswalu Dam wall, looking at the dam itself, just to see how beautiful it is. There's probably some hippos here, but I actually still very relaxed. They are not making a lot of noise like the other days we were here. they're gonna just wait until it's dark enough for them to get out of this watering hole, and then they go eat grasses, and the whole night. And also such a beautiful sound of a water bird, that they're all making sound in the background. It's all the black crake. So I'm gonna stick around here just to see if we maybe find anything else around this dam.
Just beautiful. I can see some of the elephants went actually past us. These ones have come here to the dam with some little ones, and then there's a female whose ear is cut in quite a strange way. That's a new identifying feature. And I can also hear elephants all the way on the other side of the Molkati, all kind of screaming. It's this female this cow is walking towards us now. It's her right ear, so it's out of our view at the moment. And that's her little one. But it's cut in as if it's cut straight through horizontally, but no bit has fallen off, so it's kind of just hanging. So it looks a little like a flower petal. Oh, look at how beautiful they are in this evening light or afternoon light, just streaming past us. Just gorgeous. Our hippos didn't seem too fazed by their presence, but you saw there was one younger elephant, not a baby, that was flapping its ears a little bit, or rather shaking its head so that its ears would hit its body and make that flappy sound, just as a precaution to the hippos. I hope more will come down, because I did see them, or rather I did hear them. We did get a glimpse of them as well when we were looking around searching for the object of the alarm calls that we were hearing in Little Gowrie. So I'm hoping that more will stream through. But I also want to check Gowrie Main again, just to have a look if we've missed anything, if anything's come through. Very nice. All right, well, let me send you over to Tswalu. They're also at a dam.
And so, guys, this beautiful oryx has just started to move a bit closer to the water here. Just so beautiful seeing this stunning scene coming through together with the this oryx has been picking up on some minerals there on that side, but just so beautiful. Looking at that animal, all being walking up to the water base, slowly but surely coming through, but just so beautiful. Look at that detailed markings on that oryx. Just stunning to see that white belly, the dark black stripe on the side of the body, that horse-like tail, as they proper described as a horse-like antelope, but just so beautiful. Looking at the whole composition of this animal coming together. We touched base on the horns of this animal before, looking at those beautiful sword-like horns. An oryx, in fact, being a harsh, hardcore animal, being adapted completely for this environment, looking at this area, looking at the detailed colors and the markings, it is already quite a tough-built animal, but looking at those horns, that's literally the final step happening in that situation, where you got the beautiful, stunning horns coming up. Just look at that beautiful posture coming out there. Just had a patrolling helicopter coming over. Sorry for that, but yeah, looking at that oryx, that's why the attention span went on looking up. But looking at those horns, coming back to what I was talking about, seeing that beautiful horns. Those horns are like a proper pair of swords, especially when animals like the cheetah coalitions or the dogs, for instance, hunting in areas like this, they're constantly being hunted on and tried, being stolen from by calves, and so try and being killing the calves, and then the females specifically would often try to stab the dogs or try to huddle up, almost like a herd of elephants, where you would have all the calves being hidden in the middle of the herd, and then in that situation where you would often find that oryx being so sharp and so accurate at those horns that they could easily injure and harm the attacking predators that could be potentially causing any harm. But from another point of view is looking at how they potentially could be going into strong fights, the bulls for instance. And oryx goes into these massive sword fights that they go into, and like literally stabbing each other to death sometimes, or really serious bad wounds. But you're crazy looking at the composition of this animal coming together. I mean, the true face, the true look of the Kalahari. I mean, just so beautiful seeing this animal. So harsh build, but yet so pretty, so beautiful looking at this animal, scanning moving along this landscape. Nazarene, you are commenting or asking if they fight, do their horns get stuck on each other? I've seen it sometimes where oryx hook their horns in behind each other when they're fighting forwards, stabbing forwards, but not really stuck. They literally just hook it into the sides and then pull it out quickly because it's a sharp, straight horn. But the thing is that if you look at the horns of kudu, like we've seen that massive kudu male earlier on, looking at that kudu male with his beautiful curly horns, it often gets to a situation where those horns will hook behind each other, and they could actually break each other's neck as it gets to a strong posture. But oryx itself, I mean, as you can see, that animal is like a horse, like a strong stallion with his pair of swords, and they rather stab than getting stuck. But yeah, I've seen some serious wounds on oryx. I mean, they can fight so dramatic with those horns. I've seen them stabbing very, very harshly towards each other. I mean, just as they're standing together there, you can clearly see how those horns are worked out so perfectly. So beautiful, designed and completely adapted to what they need to do and achieve. Look at that one coming in from behind. Stunning, beautiful bull. And his lips were lifting up just now, checking him trotting off. Look at that horse-like image. So beautiful. He was chasing around one or two of the females, trying to test them through what you call a phlegm and grums. And just testing that Jacobson's organ. Just trying to figure out
who's ready for mating and not. Look at him chasing off one of the young bulls, but constant structure happening there. Beautiful bull coming in. You can see the horns have been worked off for this territorial male quite a bit. Simple fact, reason being that he's been fighting in so much fights against other males and trying to defend his land and keep his land strong and prominent. Guys, what a landscape shot. So beautiful, looking at the true predominant animal of the Kalahari, standing in this stunning green Kalahari image of the Koronaberg mountain range. And the stunning shepherd's trees, buffalo thorn trees and the camel thorn trees surrounding this water base. And I see quite a bit of these white rocks. I don't know if you've been noticing these white rocks moving around. Actually, we're going to turn away from those oryx a tiny bit and just give you a nice example of these white rocks. When that Backyard fox came running past, and as he's been coming past, I was referring to these white rocks on the water base's edges here. And these white rocks are actually called calcrete. And these are very strong minerals in this particular environment, and partially that is what the oryx were licking on at some points there on the surfaces. But bottom line is these calcrete rocks, alongside with some of the salt minerals that they have in them, is a strong ancient water base of this environment. See, Tswalu used to be part of an inland ocean that used to be in this particular area. The crazy thing is that inland ocean is still existing today. And so these white rocks that we're looking at is that inland ocean that sank away below the surfaces. It's just way below the surfaces these days. So years and years of evaporation that's been happening throughout the extreme sunlight that's been shining. A lot of transpiration, plants pulling waters to the surfaces, and then also evaporation happening, where there's been quite a bit of evaporation happening. Every time that water comes up to the top surfaces, gets to the point that the sedimentary structure happens in this minerals that's coming along with this water to the top, and then it gets to a point that it forms and solidifies in this formation as a calcrete rock. And this is thousands of years of evaporization happening, as you can see these rocks forming. If you crush and break them, animals walking heavy hooves over them, you could just breaking down what could be just easily breaking down into fine dust again. But beautiful looking at this composition of this landscape of ancient history coming together.
As one of the industry's best and FAGASA-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a FAGASA-accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody, we got a Nile crocodile, which is probably on its hunt. It's been submerged for a couple of minutes down, and it'll pop up on the other side, close to the bank, and then we're trying to see what it was all about, and then now return back. But somehow was the water buck that was seen around in this area, but ran back to the bush. Probably that was also on a hunt, getting hunted by this croc. And they're an amazing creature. They would handle any situation. Now it's a winter, but they still handle the whole water. So I'm going to move around the dam here. I'm going to be sending her across to Tswalu. South African shell ducks just started alarming, and suddenly over the dam wall came the bad-eared fox, as wild as this beautiful sable antelope, and both just coming in to drink. It is just incredible. So the interesting thing is that bad-eared fox came for 2 sips, and he just went off, and now suddenly this beautiful sable antelope just coming in, walking through the area, and just beautiful for also just a couple of sips, and not nearby staying the length of time as what the oryx has been doing. But you can see how that animal belongs to that oryx tribal family. I mean, just beautiful. And check how he stands on the top edge of the dam wall. Now the crazy thing is this guy is slowly but surely maybe noticing that we are here, and this is why I keep on whispering very quietly at the moment. That oryx still doesn't have a clue about us, but looking at this sable antelope, he's just moved out, walking back out again. Now he still doesn't know that we are here, but he's noticing something, and this is why I'm just maintaining the silence and just keeping it quiet enough. But just crazy how quickly the South African shell ducks reacted to the entrance of the sable, as it's a big animal, and big animals could be anything. So the thing is that because there's so much little chicks, they need to alarm. So Zoe, you are wondering how long is a fully grown sable's horn? You could, on average, pretty much get sable growing horns to roughly 45 inches to maybe 50 inches. The crazy thing is that the horns bends backwards, very much the same formation as oryx. The difference difference is just that the oryx horns go straight upwards and they can push it to a good 52 to maybe 50, 55 inches. The crazy thing is Sable has got a beautiful length of the horns that comes around averaging on 45 to maybe 50 inches on the horn there. But yeah, beautiful, stunning, stunning horns. I mean, just crazy, that sudden surprise. I can hear a couple of Namakwa sandgrouse coming in. Guys, I'm going to just continue maintaining that silence and just keep on going with the silent mode here, trying to whisper, because there's so much surprises happening suddenly. In the meanwhile, guys, we'll keep you posted. We're going to send you back over to Ngala.
Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, we've managed to find ourselves another elephant for this afternoon. This time it is a lone elephant bull that we've been watching feed for the last few moments. See how compared to that herd of elephants that we saw in the riverbed, he's not flapping his ears as much, and that's because temperatures have dropped quite radically since earlier. Oh, as I say that, then he starts to flap his ears a little bit. But it has started to cool down, so it's nowhere near as hot as it was earlier. And I'm sure this elephant is enjoying himself this afternoon. Been watching him feed on a variety of vegetation since he's been here, with the majority being grass, and then every now and then he's been going to feed on some of the raisin bush leaves. You can see that little white part of his eye just at the front. That's almost like the elephant's sleep, just cleaning out all the dust that he gathers throughout the day. Hasn't taken much note of us since we've been here. He's been very, very relaxed. And I wonder if it isn't one of the elephant bulls that we had early this morning, because it's in a very similar area. So I didn't catch the name there, but I'm just going to reposition while we answer that question, asking if elephants stand or lie down when they're resting and sleeping. Don is the name. Fantastic. So it depends. The young ones tend to almost solely rest lying down because it's a little bit easier for them to stand up. You can imagine if this elephant bull were to lie down flat on the ground, it would be a very tricky task to get back on his feet, considering the weight that he weighs. So with the young ones and the smaller elephants, they tend to lie down flat to rest, quite often, almost daily. And the older elephants, the bigger elephants, tend to use big trees like marula trees, that one we saw the brown snake eagle on earlier, lean against that and sleep, and then sometimes even riverbanks or termite mounds. Just they've got that little bit of a slant to stand back upright. So you could say that they all do, to some extent, lie down when resting. But we also know that they don't rest very much throughout the day, pretty much feeding and moving around 18 to 20 hours of the day. Not much time to sleep when you've got to maintain that physique. See those tusks as well, really nice. Not incredibly large or heavy tusks, but matching, similar lengths and sizes on either side, and you can see how it's got those brown stains on the tusks. And we were just watching him where he was stripping a small knobthorn tree or stripping some leaves and a bit of the twigs off it, and he couldn't break it with his trunk. So what he did is he just pushed his tusk underneath the area that he was pulling and used his tusk to apply that last little bit of pressure to snap those twigs off. That's how those tusks will get dirty like that. There's a variety of different ways that they use them. Sometimes you'll even see a reddish stain on the tusks, and that's because of the large concentrations of tannins in some of the trees that they strip. He doesn't look like he's been stripping too many trees. This is the same area where we were trying to find those lions, and I went for a bit of a walk. That's why we were gone for so long, just checking the area. I mean, you can see there's lots of grass around here, so it's very tricky to see any tracks. and we haven't been able to find them for this afternoon, unfortunately. There was a big troop of baboons in the area, and they didn't seem too phased, so I don't think they are too close to where we were checking or where we thought they might have been. But we'll just have to leave lions for tomorrow, I'm sure. Must be one of the first, or not a first, but a rarity where Ngala hasn't had a lion seen in one day. I think we're also in for an absolutely stunning sunset tonight. So I think our plan from here, keep checking areas. I don't think we're going to focus too much on the cats from here until maybe nighttime, when hopefully some of the smaller nocturnal cats get active. So I think from here we'll take a nice easy drive towards one of my favorite spots to watch the sun go down. But for now we're just going to watch the elephant for another few minutes and see what he gets up to. So we are still with this elephant, and you can see the bird that Odie has framed up. Look at the tail, and you see how it's got a really prominent fork in the tail. I'm sure most of you know what that might be, but it is a fork-tailed drongo. And we've seen it the last couple of days where they've been following the larger animals. Even I saw them following giraffes the other day, which was interesting, and just waiting for the elephant to disturb any insects that the incredibly intelligent drongo then can then swoop in and grab for itself. I'm just going to take a moment to enjoy the scene with the elephant and the fork-tailed drongo. Such a soft, gentle light on him.
This big boy is here at Treehouse Dam having a bit of a drink. He actually gave me a bit of a fright. I'm glad that it's a bull, a big bull that's not in must and not a female with a calf, because I was off the vehicle and looking at tracks when he came along. Luckily, Morgan said to me, elephants coming, and I said, because, I mean, obviously the camops look out for us, but I didn't realize, like, he was right there already. But he saw me, but he was slow enough and kind enough to let me get back into the vehicle. As long as you don't run and scream and you're just calm, it's not a safe situation, but we've had elephants on foot before. That's why I say I'm glad it's a big bull and not a cow. Here comes his mate. And yes, he did investigate us. He came really, really close, and he was still very gentle, though. Just when they suddenly become so big when they're close to you. And I love when they actually, like, his head was tilted and looking down at me. I did take a video, though. Hi, Slutton. You say, what gorgeous light on this elephant. Absolutely. Look at that reflection in that water. It's the perfect quintessential African look. The dam, the sun in it, the reflection of these beautiful large elephant bulls. So powerful, so iconic. I guess they're proving me wrong about Treehouse Dam being just so unproductive, and suspecting that maybe there was something off with the water. But then I did say to you when I went around smelling dams that Treehouse Dam didn't smell bad at all, and the Twin Dam smelled worse. So now they're pretty much saying, yep, I don't know what you're talking about, Trishalda, but the water here is fine. Yes, I prefer the Milwaukee water, but the dam water is just fine. When you watch males come through like this, bulls, you think there's just one, and then all of a sudden there's another one, and then maybe another one will come streaming through. I don't know. At least as far as I can see. I can't see another coming through. But that's what's nice about elephants. They move so silently through the bush when they're not feeding. When they're feeding, it's pretty obvious, the sound of them. Many of you are getting your screenshots. Absolutely, it's picture perfect, right? You know what would make it even more perfect? Tlalamba coming along, because her tracks are great, but she seems to have moved into the block behind us, in fact, where these elephants came from. And I'm just going to have to do a bit of a loop around there, because I didn't see tracks for her coming out. Looks like it might have been from this morning. At least, worst case this morning. As in the after drive, because this afternoon I didn't drive that road. So worst case, it's from after drive this morning. So that's pretty good. Maybe she's got something in the block. Maybe she's got a kill. We're going to search around. That golden moustache that he gets from drinking the water and the light streaming through. Oh, beautiful. Off he goes to the west into that setting sunlight. I'm going to send you off to go and see Andrew, who's at Chitwa.
So everybody, we got two of bull's buffalo here, African buffaloes, which they're probably chewing cud, standing up at the moment. and they have a drink because we're still around this dam here, Chitwa Dam. Red-billed oxpecker, they always associate with most bovine and animal antelopes. These rhinos, so giraffes, these birds. And it just looks like only the two males, which this is often happen to buffaloes. When the males cannot make it up with the herd, and they're all eventually left behind. 10 bulls that have been seen, all the bachelor group, down to a single bull all alone. So now the process of all chewing cud is that they are ruminant animals, just like cows, where they would have time to eat, but of course then they will lay down or stand still, regurgitate the cud. So we're gonna sit around here for anything else. I'm gonna be be sending you across to the other side, where they're also on the dam.
We certainly did, and when we arrived from a distance we could see these young elephants, looks like bulls, drinking. And now they've slowly made their way up onto the dam. Look what they're doing, raising their trunks like that. I think they're trying to catch scent on the wind. As the sun starts to set like this, cool air starts to settle down in these drainage lines and valleys, and it brings with them a lot of different scents. Just maybe what these elephants are trying to figure out what's around them. And they can't see very easily, especially towards us where we are here, because we're standing downwind, or not downwind, we're standing with the sun more or less behind us, or to our side. So if they look this way, we're in the shade with the sun behind, they can't see us. Oh. Certainly can hear us though. It's very quiet. He's got an itch on his belly, if you can see that. Just having a bit of a scratch. Now, they've got incredible senses. They can smell, they can hear very, very well. Their eyesight's not great, but it's better than people think. Oh, he's scratching his belly again. Very itchy. It's very handy. So they can see better than people think, especially movement. If we were out in the open from hundreds of meters away, they could easily spot us. And not as poor eyesight as people think. And there was more than 2. There were at least 3 of them a moment ago, so I think they've just gone down the other side of that Ndlovu Dam wall. And from there, probably going to feed in the drainage line for a little time before heading up to a crest. This evening it's going to be quite cold, and they'll go to the higher points and will just stay a bit warmer during the night. It's also going to be full moon. I think it's full moon today. And if that's the case, they can be active the whole night. The predator's probably a lot less active. on evenings like this? That's a great question. You know, wildlife ecosystems are heavily influenced by elephants. They are sometimes known as ecosystem engineers, and they can even be known as keystone species. Now, these are two sort of interesting terms used in a conservation sense. Now, an ecosystem engineer is an animal that can change its environment to suit itself. So, for example, elephants push over trees, or they dig holes in sandy riverbeds to get water. They're engineering an environment to suit themselves. Now, a keystone species is an animal that stops one particular other species from becoming dominant. And so elephants push over trees, allowing other things to grow underneath them, therefore stopping that particular tree from becoming dominant. So that's why they become a keystone species. Very, very important to the environment. And we've got a lot of them here at Pridelands, less so over the last couple of weeks. I think they're exploring the last couple of weeks before they have to become quite sedentary around the dams around here. But they'll soon start to settle down around Ndlovu Dam and Leopard Dam, and we'll probably see those big groups of many hundreds again coming down on a daily basis. Oh, these two young males now having a little bit of a push and a shove. It's always good to get rid of some of that energy before night. Oh, do you hear that? You can really hear those tusks smashing into each other. Now they have to be careful. Those tusks don't look very, very sharp, but with a few tons of force behind them, they can easily poke one another's eyes or rip their ears or really injure themselves. So they have to be quite careful. And their reflection is beautiful. Look at that. It's as still as a mirror. Oh, what a scene. What a scene to have right before the sun sets. You can see the one elephant is quite a lot larger than the other. Oh, but it's being pushed down the slope. Aha. Now he has the high ground. Oh, never mind. Pushing back. Oh dear, he's found himself at a disadvantage now. Good job. I always go for the underdog, so quite glad that this younger, smaller male managed to show him who was boss. Now, sometimes these young males, when they find themselves close to Ndlovu Dam in the evening, actually make their way into camp overnight, which could get interesting for us. They do like to wander along the path hence. Well, from us here at Pridelands on Bushwalk, as the sun sets, we start to make our way back, because it's not safe to walk at night. But please don't leave, don't go anywhere. We've still got many other live locations that will continue their safaris well into darkness.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Still keeping an eye out for Talamba, but what I want to do is that little... I mean, I did drive this road already and I didn't see tracks come out. But it is a main road, so it could have come out and I didn't see them. But the termite mound that looked suspiciously like a hyena den is right here. And because it's in Little Gowrie, it doesn't always get through to us if there is a den and where it is and all of that, especially because we're actually on a different game drive channel. But this seems recent. The vehicle tracks that I've been seeing, it seems like it's recently created. Somewhere here, isn't it? I think this is the termite mound. Yep, here's the vehicle tracks. Cool. Anybody see anything? Nothing? Nothing for me either. Alright, there's some vehicles coming past. Let's just move down to Twin Jams and check out... disappointed. Check out Baboon Pan area and see if anything crossed in from there. We're sitting at the dam and we heard alarm calls. There was a lot of activity in this immediate area. There's elephants, there are tracks for Talamba, there's a potential hyena den, there's a potential leopard, Baboon Pan area. So things are happening at once. So we're going to send you over to Andrew while we continue on and see what else we can find.
Hopefully. So everybody was on the radio once. At the time they were saying that he's a Tandi, but she's not yet in Tswalu where we're at Tswalu at the moment. So she's probably still on the other side. So we're gonna keep an eye radio on. If she ever cross into Tswalu, then we can see her as well, if she ever do that. Because I know we actually had a dam here not a long time ago. But this is before when they spot her anyway. And the head general direction was to the east, way east by our side. So just not too sure how fast she is to reach us. I'm gonna drive and listen to these other vehicles, what they say. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Ngala.
So, as you can see, Odie and myself have managed to find ourselves quite a raised area on the property and have a look at the sunset that we are busy watching. Unbelievably beautiful. Just a solid ball of fire above the horizon. And I think the colors on our eastern side tonight are going to be even more beautiful than the west. So we're going to have to wait a little bit for that to start to pop. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to sit here quietly and just enjoy the sunset and hear if there aren't any birds calling or any animals making noises. It's amazing how quickly that sun drops. Probably only another 7-8 minutes before it completely disappears. And a game that I like to play, which is going to be a while, but is when that sun just starts to touch the horizon for everyone to guess and try and see how long we think it's all going to have until it drops below the horizon completely. Can be a fun game to play. So we are nearly getting to the stage where the sun is going to touch the horizon. I'd love to have a few guesses as to how long people think it's going to take from when it touches the horizon until it disappears. And then we'll see who gets the closest. You're more than welcome to send your guesses in. I'm going to start timing right now. I think 2 minutes and 30 seconds, a pretty good guess for the first one up. So not a bad first guess. fantastic build-up watching it. It's quite a fun game. Probably just under halfway now. Oof, Colleen, 1 minute 40 seconds. We're currently at a minute, and it's probably just about halfway down. So I'd say for now, Zeus's 2 minute 30 might be the one that's on the cards. Maybe even closer to 3 minutes. Another terrible day in Africa. Nazreen, 20 seconds from now, probably a very good guess. I think we've probably got about 30 seconds left before it goes. We're currently on 2 minutes now, so Zeus, looks like you are going to be closest. We'll see if we can't try it again tomorrow. Still up. I've got a funny suspicion that Zeus has played this game before. And down. 2 minutes 33. So very well done to Zeus, who got almost exactly the right answer. But it is quite a fun little game to play when it's been as quiet as it has been this afternoon on Ngala's concession. Animals are all still around, it's just that we haven't been able to find too many of them. You can also see the stunning Drakensberg Mountains. A little bit hazier than we've had in the last few days. This morning was also quite hazy. I wonder if it's not just the fact that the wind hasn't been blowing too much and now it's got proper dusty again. The other day the wind was blowing quite strongly in the morning. It seemed to have blown all that dust away and it was crystal clear to the mountains. But I think we did quite well to get that sunset done and dusted this evening. Even though the sunset was fast, I'm glad that you did enjoy it. It was awesome to see it go down and just take a few steps back and just enjoy the whole entire setting of this environment. While sitting here, and probably 30 seconds ago, we've just heard some impalas alarm calling. So we're going to quickly jet off and go and investigate it. It's probably about 1 kilometer away. Hopefully we will find something interesting.
Now on Yala Road South. There's a couple of vehicles working around where I found Columbus tracks, so that it would not be useful for me to be there as well. So we're now on Yala South. You can see him. I see a giraffe in the distance. He's quite in the middle of that block. Maybe I hope he goes down into the Milwaukee, which is where this road crosses. I can't see him, unfortunately. Oh, I could just see him. I'm taking my binders out. There's a bush obscuring my view mostly. It's always nice to get the heaviest land mammal and the tallest one in a day's drive. Pretty happy with that. The elephant, though, was a highlight. Oh, hello, you. Are you also out here? You just popped out of nowhere. Oh, you are so handsome. This is a young bull. I can hear elephants breaking branches. Let's just turn like this and at least be able to see our giraffe friend. And then maybe the elephants will, oh, they can just see them out there. So we're going to sit here. And then maybe we'll get that ultimate picture of the giraffe and the elephant in one.
So everybody was sitting here. I actually didn't move too far away because I'm always hoping that Tandish may make her way down here. But at the moment, let's just take a look at the moon. So, Elizabeth, you're commenting that was the amazing full moon. Indeed it is. Such a beautiful, to just see how it rises quickly above these trees.
Sorry guys, I'm sure we'll get Andrew back in no time. Our giraffes have walked away. We're just hoping that we sat here, some elephants will start popping through. But their swishing and breaking of branches has also stopped. So let's swing and just go a little bit round like this. I just saw one elephant body, not even a face. Giraffe is there. Having a good chomp down. They must really sort of do best in the winter time, when so many trees have lost their leaves, not just because there's a lack of nutrients and trees do drop their leaves, but also because the majority of animals are at a particular height and are feeding far below the giraffe is. So the resources that are at the bottom of the tree are depleted quicker than that at the top of the tree. Also, you'll find that new growth for a tree is right at the ends, at the apex, at the tops of branches, at the ends of the branches. They grow from the outermost part outward, not from the bottom up like grasses do. So it means that the nicest, newest vegetation, however old it may be, but in relation to the fact that it's winter and everything else is much older, all that freshest one, the freshest vegetation is at the top of the tree. So I suppose that's a good thing for the giraffes. But it's only a negligible edge that they have over other herbivores. The true benefit is the height, which allows them to use a different section of the tree, so there's resources, or rather competition, is not so strong. But yes, they would have to actually compete with elephants. Compete with elephants for those nice juicy bits at the top of the tree. And I was hoping that we'd get those elephants in one shot with this giraffe, perhaps with that stunning full moon behind them. That would be ideal, I think. Morgan's gonna do it. You go, Morgan. Never mind. Maybe we'll show you just now. There's just got our aerial exactly in the way across the moon. All right, let me send you away. I didn't quite get where I'm going to, but wherever it is, it's going to be fabulous.
Welcome back, everybody. And we've had quite a bit of a mix of antelope. As you can see, that wildebeest walking in behind the bush there, seeing a beautiful springbuck joining these oryx, and just a whole range of full amount of animals that's been coming in here. It has been absolutely a pleasure being sitting at this waterhole this afternoon. It was just crazy looking at the amount of animals that's been mixing coming in here. Myself and Gert has been surprised by a magical experience of two roan males that's been chasing each other apart in this water in front of us. And it was just crazy having these animals running in front of us here, running literally almost just right past us. But looking at this combination of a whole range of animals that's been coming in this afternoon at this water has just been a crazy, crazy pleasure being part of what we've been seeing out here. It's just insane. See that beautiful springbuck walking in. And so the crazy thing is also that loads of these animals would walk into a water base where it's a nice open area where they walk in together. Doesn't even matter if they're the same species or what. It mostly just comes down to safety in numbers. And the crazy thing is that all herbivores help each other out in that particular structure. And so as they're helping each other out in that formality, as safety in numbers, they're forming many different populations into a temporarily community. And so just temporary associations happening at that particular point. But we've been having wildebeest, like I said, that sable antelope you've seen previously. And this beautiful springbuck herd that's just been walking in here as well. You can see the tossing and turning of the oryx, young oryx starting to walk into that spot as well. A whole conglomeration of animals coming together here. I mean, it's just so beautiful, seeing all that detailed markings of these beautiful animals coming in at this particular spot. But the bigger picture for me is literally just that bad-eared fox and everything that's been coming in here this afternoon. It's just been an absolute treat. It's just been so amazing. It's really, really amazing. so much surprises that's been happening. And I tell you, I'm still in awe of the entire situation happening. We are still waiting upon any arrival of any type of predator or anything that could be happening. I know this area is really, really good for brown hyena, so we're really keeping our fingers and toes crossed for a brown hyena to walk into this waterhole. It's really, really a fantastic destination for that as well. Even spotted hyena, and just as this waterhole is on the edges of the dunes, coming over to the mountains, we could potentially get some cheetah walking into this landscape as well at this given position that we're sitting in. But just so beautiful, looking at all the birds and seeing how these animals are not even having a clue about our existence. This rowan that we have previously literally just came, like, I kid you not, literally coming past us like 10 meters, literally as small as 10 meters coming right past us. So we've been having crazy interactions at this water basin. It's just so incredible. Really fantastic. What I also like about this situation is that you get these moments of silence, and you literally, it just gets broken, completely disturbed by sounds of animals and birds alarm calling, and suddenly a big animal walks into the water base, and this constant flow of action is happening. It's just incredible. And our badgered fox friend has been coming around again as well. Just now he walked in right behind us, and he literally came like 2 meters walking past us and then just flanked off to the side and moved off again. But yeah, we'll keep you posted and keep going at this gorgeous destination.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The WildEarth program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
I love being a cam-up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We are looking at the moon. It is beautiful. I can hear elephants cracking branches. The giraffes are barely visible. But we're just enjoying ourselves here. I particularly like the color of the sky when the moon is bright like this. It's this really dusty, gray-blue, pinky, violety. Really special. I've positioned ourselves like this, hoping that the elephants will come out in front of the moon, and then we have, like, you know, a shot of the year. But the higher the moon gets in the sky, the more unlikely our elephants will be able to be in the same shot, or at least look like it's touching it, you know, lifting up its trunk and looking like it's touching it. Anyway, let me send you over to Andrew. He's also having a look at the moon. We all are this afternoon.
Yes, indeed we are. Just looking at the moon and all the heap of sound that they're bringing it about, probably just because they want to communicate and move out of here. The stunning, beautiful, shining on the water, this moon. It's really beautiful. So everyone, you're saying you're enjoying the reflection of the moon in the water. So we're going to go quickly take a look at the water itself. So, one day at a time, you're saying this is really memorizing. Yet it does really. When you listen to all of the beautiful sound, but also focusing on a reflection of the moon itself, bring the really African evening. So I know we started to see a lot of different birds, species come to the watering hole, but then there's only one at a time that comes in, double-banded and grouses, which you don't often see them during the day drink, but only when you sit around the dam like this time. So we're gonna move on because I gotta talk to the guys what happened to that leopard, and I'm gonna be sending you across to Tswalu. Welcome back, everybody. And so we have changed the scenery. It is beautiful looking at that late afternoon sunset coming over the mountains and actually just coloring the mountains so beautifully. Just a beautiful pink color, pink orange in color coming over the mountains, as you can see coming over there. Just gorgeous. As usual, Tswalu with a crazy landscape. The insane thing is that oryx, it looks like they're actually going to settle in there for the evening on that beautiful sunset reflection onto the mountains. And you see the wind was blowing a slight breeze today, a tiny bit. As that wind was blowing, we've been talking about the dust pollution over the last couple of days and everything, and so that dust is still hanging in the air, and so that late afternoon sunlight coming through that dust line is what really creates that beautiful pink orangey colors. So beautiful. Beautiful colors, and the crazy thing is having these animals at the water base with this stunning pink orangey colors coming through. A constant changing of the colors of the arena as well. I mean, it's just so beautiful. So the last time you've been with us, we haven't really had other animals coming in yet. Quite a bit of bird life coming in and out, from the Makwa sandgrouse to Birdsall sandgrass and so on, and another beautiful oryx just coming off onto the water's edge. Now, if you're one that loves photography, look at that beautiful reflection onto the water with that beautiful, stunning oryx bull coming in from the side.
And this guy must have been just returning from the bush as a territorial male, also coming for a drink, joining the females. As you can see, the young males still pushing around each other. Not really on the screen yet, but as he's walking into that section, young bulls trying to dominate each other as this beautiful oryx bull is walking into that destination. But just from a photography point of view, I mean, that was just so beautiful, seeing that reflection of that oryx in the water. As one just can't get enough of this gorgeous antelope, just seeing them walking across this landscape, seeing them coming into this area, and just listening to the doves. I don't know if you can hear the doves flying every now and again. I mean, there's so much bird flight happening at the moment. Can you hear that sound? The jackals. Loads and loads of jackals, blackback jackals calling. Territorial announcements happening. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, there's loads and loads of jackal contact calling at the moment. And at this time of the evening, there is such a huge amount of jackal announcements happening. And the crazy thing is, as we're sitting at this water base, little do most people know that blackback jackals are actually extremely water dependent. So wherever you see a jackal, you don't even need to know where the waterholes are in the area. Wherever you see a jackal, you can expect that there is some sort of water base in a certain area. So looking at it from that point of view, there is such a huge amount of life in an environment like this, when you're just hearing the sounds as well, and that obviously relating back to water bases again and everything like that. But just so magnificent being part of this and just being in the middle of this.
So we now moving on. Already done with the strawberry moon of today. So according to the update with our leopard, seems they lost this visual of it. So, but we're still in the area. I say to them, we will work around with the spotlight. But the general direction, they said it was coming this way to the east. So hope we get luck. While we're on search, the guys, they couldn't keep up with her because then she was moving into thick stuff where they can't drive through. Which leopards do that when they're on their own mission. They gotta do their thing, but we gotta try and keep up with them. This is how we lost them. Looks like there she is. Got her. Right there. Wow. Welcome back, everybody. We are still looking at this gorgeous, beautiful, stunning setting. Just so beautiful, looking at this landscape.
There's so much water insects actually across this landscape, so much. With alongside with this beautiful, stunning landscape, looking at this water base, just dots all over the show. In the meanwhile, sending you back over to Andrew, who found a leopard.
So everybody, as I was saying that we got to look around with the spotlight, we just bump on her coming along this road, heading down to this dam we're at right now. Just gonna quickly identify if it's her, because but I gotta talk to the other guys because they're still looking on the other side. And I won't move at the stage where she is right now. And she's probably on front of the vehicle, just on my right hand side in a moment. There she's moving. So the station looks like I got the Thandi coming to the drink, to the dam to drink, but it's only myself. She's just there on our right hand side. Just stopped there, but looking at us. She's probably seen something. But it's actually, everyone is very hard for me to tell. But it looks like her. And now there is also all right, Kalamba. Thank you very much, everyone, for identifying that. So it's Kalamba. Confirmed. So amazing how she has moved this far. But then it means that since we're talking about Thandi, which is the mother west of here, so everybody might be on the radio every now and then, because now there's some people responding. Yeah, station, just to confirm, on my side I have looks like a Kalamba, I think, not a Thandi. Yeah, Kalamba, not a Thandi. What I got here. Okay, please control, Bali. where she is now, so there is a position of the camp where it looks like she's going to walk straight to the camp. Oh, sorry everybody for that whole confusion here. And then it's confirmed this is Maridwe by Richard. So we've got a Maridwe here, looks like a mother. Well, still makes sense that the mother, she's around in the western side of here. So, with our eye light, we still see very much well, but it's already pitch dark out here. If we're gonna lose him, he's a young male actually, then we're just gonna be on a dam. There's no way we can drive. Then we have to drive through the camp, Chitwa camp. I'm gonna stand in the middle of the dam wall. So let's see if we'll get a better visual again, which I doubt. Let's take you over to Angala where they're looking at the moon.
So from sunset to now, a absolutely stunning full moon. We've had a bit of a run around the last sort of 20 minutes. There were those impalas that I mentioned, alarm calling. We went and had a good look in that area, couldn't find anything. And then as we were coming back to set a little view of the moon, we heard kudu's alarm calling on the other side and went and tried to follow up there, also to no avail. So the animal's really not playing ball on Ngala today. But in terms of the scene and the setting, how beautiful is that full moon this evening? Just a little flick in the sky.
Station drop off to a
Special having full moon out here this evening. It's really nice and light all around. I'm sure most of the animals, the non-predatory animals, will be quite happy with the fact that they can see a little bit more this evening, feel a little bit more safer. Leopards, lions, hyenas going to struggle to hunt a little bit more tonight as well, because they won't have as much cover from darkness. But I wonder if full moon tonight will bring us some luck with the wild dogs. I think it's very hopeful. Definitely don't think we'll see them tonight. But I'm thinking maybe if it's full moon, they'll move in the evening, and hopefully they'll be on our property tomorrow. It's been a huge talking point as to when we think they're going to return. So while we see if we can find or scratch around here for anything interesting, maybe a small nocturnal cat, maybe something like an African wildcat, we're going to send you back to Juma and Trishalo, who's managed to find an elephant.
Interesting, but not nocturnal. It's a lovely elephant. We've been basically stopped by elephants the whole way on this road, and there's lots and lots of little youngsters around. So, like I've said to you before, in the darkness with elephants, it becomes a little bit more difficult to predict their behavior, especially on a road where it's quite dense on either side of the road, so you can't see very well. Also, they don't like lights very much, so you don't want to spotlight them and stuff like that, and if you don't do them, you can't watch their behavior correctly. So it's best to just kind of let them be at night, or If it's a very nice relaxed herd, nice open area, and you feel comfortable and safe, then just put off all your lights and enjoy it. But like he gave us a little bit of a rev. Well, not a rev, he is just not happy with us. Now he's turned around and walked away. Luckily the moon is so bright that it's actually offering me quite a bit of light. And if we go up in quarantine, you might find actually that there's a shadow cast by our vehicle on the ground and the moonlight. Alright, shall we move on? I'll just wait maybe another couple seconds. So he moves on, and 3, 2, and 1, just so I don't, get too close to him again. Some low lights on, and we're cruising. Elephants have just been loving this drainage. This Mowati drainage that goes to Viatella Dam, where it's very, very tight in there. I've often gotten stuck in there. So many cubs have been born in there, lion cubs, leopard cubs. So it's obviously a good place. And the elephants know that too. Alright, I'm just gonna park off here and wait for this guy to walk wherever he needs to comfortably, and then we'll continue on our drive.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We saw that young elephant kind of disappear around the corner, and then we ended up with this elephant. And I thought, oh my goodness, something's wrong here. But it is a different elephant. He didn't rapidly grow around the corner. It's a nice big bull, it looks like, at least. with the little light that the moon is showing us. Perhaps it's one of the bulls that we had there at Treehouse Dam. And you can see that they're making good use of their time and continuing to eat to provide all the sustenance they need to maintain that very large body. I love the sounds. I love being at a point where one sense is not working very well. For example, eyesight at this point. No lights on, nothing like that. At least there's the light of the moon, so that's nice. But your ears, the sound just gets heightened. And I feel like I can hear so much, but I can see so little. Like, you know what's been one of my dream elephant sightings is to have an elephant and a chameleon in one go, in one sighting. I might not quite have that, but maybe something similar. Just a chameleon at Ngala.
So Tswalu has the elephant, and we have managed to find ourselves a chameleon. And have a look, it's a beautiful chameleon because it's right out in the open, which is something that's not often seen. Have a look at the feet. Now they've grabbed onto that thin knobthorn branch. And what's more interesting, have a look at the thorns just in front of this chameleon. Those thorns are not very big. They're probably the size, maybe half the size of our pinky fingernail. Just to put it into perspective, how small this chameleon actually is. It is a really small chameleon. I was asking Odie what he thinks the size, and he was comparing it to something similar to a matchbox. So quite a young chameleon. You can see his eyes are shut, so he is busy sleeping or resting. Their eyelids actually can't shut because they've only got one eyelid the whole way around that can't then close, but they've got a little nictating membrane that they can slide over the eyelid to protect it and to keep it so that they can sleep. But how's that little curled up tail? And you can quite clearly see with this image now, have a look just behind the eye and above the shoulder, that sort of flap that's going over the neck and onto the back of the body. And hence the name of the species of chameleon being a flap-necked chameleon. It was just on the way down, Odie and myself we saw a couple of impalas in the one clearing, but nothing else interesting. And I was saying, imagine we found a chameleon tonight. And tro and behold, there was this little guy. Now we just need an elephant to walk through to match Tswalu. It's getting to the time of year where finding these little creatures is becoming more and more difficult. So it could be one of the last ones that we see for the year. Some of the trackers that I've worked with are exceptional at spotting them in winter when they go right flat against some of the lower branches of the tree and blend in almost exactly with the tree trunk or stem. This little guy is still quite content, and I think it's because of the warm weather that we're having during the days that we're seeing so many reptiles still active. But I'm really glad that we're sitting maybe 1.5 meters away from this little chameleon, and I'm really glad that he hasn't opened his eyes. It just shows that we've had no impact. And that's again with the IR lights and not shining lights. We obviously had to use our spotlight to find this little guy, but then as soon as we found him, spotlight's off and the IR light comes to the rescue. So I think we'll keep going. Nice little find this evening, but we're going to send you over to Tswalu, who's in on the trend of the full moon tonight.
Would you just look at that? Isn't that just incredible? incredible. That is top range moonrise in the Kalahari. Just so gorgeous. I mean, you're looking at that, all that craters coming through on the moon as well, and you most probably suddenly wondering, why on earth am I suddenly talking so loud? We've been abandoning our mission there at the waterhole, and shall I say, a much rather crazy afternoon we've been having on the edges of the water banks there. Just so beautiful. The amount of activity that we've been having there. So we're back on the vehicle, and as we pulled up, we have this beautiful moonrise coming over the stunning Koranenberg mountain range of the green Kalahari. And as you can see, it's just popped up over the mountains there as we just pulled up from that waterhole. But it's such a beautiful view overlooking this edge of this mountain coming through in this area. And the Kalahari just keeps on surprising us with beautiful scenery, stunning events happening all over the show. But just look at that. Just have one more look at that moon. I mean, that is just so gorgeous. Gert is just trying to get our focus point there, but there we go. Look at that beautiful, stunning image. I don't know if you've been hearing the jackals calling also while I've been talking about the moon and just talking about how wonderful this place is. I mean, it's just been a breathtaking. Over the last couple of days, we've been having comments from a couple of viewers been saying how breathtaking this game reserve, or not just the game reserve, but talking about the green Kalahari ecosystem. I mean, it is just such a stunning place and such a beautiful environment, coming up with all dramatic scenes from all different directions. But yeah, beautiful. Stunning seeing that craters on the moon and that beautiful moonrise. Obviously, it doesn't come out the way we see it on our eyeshine with the yellow moonrise. But yeah, I hope you can see the colors that we are seeing at the moment. It's just so beautiful. And it's tonight, going into the first night of a proper, bright, beautiful moon, full moon going into it tonight. Look at this gorgeous camel thorn trees in the front ground along the mountains there. Righty folks, so from that gorgeous view we're having there, we're going to be taking a further drive down the road and see what else we can find towards the end of the drive.
I am now just surveying quarantine as I make my way to Galago Pan, hoping that Tabanguni may have come down from where he was in the north at least this morning. However, briefly he was still there, so I'm hoping that he will maybe come through to Galago Pan once he gets moving from whatever spot he was in. Seems like another vehicle had the same idea. I can see them. I see here a duiker who's looking quite cautious. Well, I mean, I can't see it now. Only you can see it. So I'm not sure what it is doing. Oh. Well. There we go. Can we see the duiker? Okay, all good. Like I said, I can't really see what's happening, but I hope that the duiker is just chilling and hasn't run away yet, so that's always a good thing. But when we drove up, it looked a little concerned, or a little cautious rather. I'm not sure what a concerned duiker looks like, but a cautious one, I know what that looks like. Wow. Do you know, I can see the outlines of trees, I can see the shadows the trees are casting, but I cannot see the duiker at all. And that just goes to show how well their color suits them, well, not suits them, I mean, it suits them too, but how well their color allows them to be more camouflaged, even at night. I mean, I don't have the eyesight of a predator, and I don't have the amount of rod cones that they do, but with my mammalian eyes, my 3-coned, not fully packed rod eyes, that is a very average eyesight in the bush, except for the 3rd color cone, I can't see the striker. Nope. Mm-mm. It's, yeah, I can't. Obviously, just so you guys know, it's not that I'm blind. There's no light. You have the infrared that you're looking through. So for me, it's just darkness. But I was just making a point of the fact that that gray, browny color obviously works really well in this circumstance.
Welcome back, everybody. We're busy driving around sort of the central parts, the southern central parts of the southern side of the river, trying to stay in the areas that are a little bit elevated because it is freezing cold down by the riverbed. And we've got a couple of the rangers on their way back from their evening drink stops that are busy driving the roads along the river, checking for any signs, and we're going to be checking a little bit further up the ridge. As mentioned earlier, I'd really be excited if we found something like an African wildcat or an African civet, special animals to see. And this is a good time of year to see them as well, because the grass is a lot shorter than it would be in summer. And as we're driving, you can see I'm spotting from side to side, just looking for any reflections of the animal's eyes. There's a good chance that some of these smaller animals are also going to be making use of the roads to get from A to B, just because it's so much easier for them to move between areas along the roads rather than walking in the grass. Also a lot quieter to move around on the roads, which is always a bonus. Other than that, it's been a relatively quiet afternoon on and beyond Ngala. Elephants here and there, not too many of them, and some impalas. And we did have one lone blue wildebeest in a clearing, but it was a bit far away with the infrared camera to be able to put him on. But we're going to keep driving, keep searching, cross fingers, hope that we come right with something. We are really scratching around this evening, but it's still good fun. I think Odie and myself are really enjoying it.
Everybody, I really much apologize about the lights coming from the other side. This is actually another leopard. It's called Langa, which is, I'll try and find out if it's a daughter of, which is Dulu, I don't know. Sibuyi, sorry, Sibuyi's daughter. It's called Ilanga. So I'm going to move backwards, just to give a little bit of a chance.
It was not Pandi, that was Marise. Vienna Street, it was just north of your bar, somewhere there.
Gotta give it a gap. And she's on hunt. Probably, I think. We're trying to follow her. She just walked past our vehicle. Okay, what did I write? Oh yeah. Okay, everyone. Instead of following what I was told by the guys up in the east, so this is the Moya, not the Langa Moya. So I'm not sure where he is. I'm probably gonna use my spotlight just to locate him. Moya. The leopard. Oh yeah, there. So let's go back to our infrared light. Somewhere there. Yeah, there she is. Moya. She jumped to the gharry, so I gotta talk to the guys as well. So they may also join. Because nobody aware I was on the Eastern Channel all the time. So that confirmation also from Richard. Say this is the Moya. There's probably a little bit of water somewhere where she's heading into. Station I got a Moya the Ingwe on Shibama Road, that link turning to Treehouse Dam. So I'm going to try the position.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city And it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we.
So welcome back everyone, and we're still bumbling about seeing what we can find. If you remember, I mentioned that there were some kudu's alarm calling, that we went and had a good look around to see if we could find anything, to no avail. But luckily for us, there was another vehicle in the area, and Yapi was actually just making his way back towards the lodge, and he managed to find 2 lions that I'm 99.9% sure that those kudu's were alarming at, which means the impalas that were alarming earlier were alarming at something else. So I think if you bear with us, we should be not too long before we get visual of these lions. I'm just going to turn the lights off to try to see if I can see where the vehicle is, and I think it's down there in front of us. But we're going to send you back to Andrew, who's relocated and has visual of the leopard.
So she's now drinking. Just take a listen to her. She's now done drinking, so she's going to move away from the watering hole. So we're trying to keep up with her, see what she's up to. So, everybody, I'm going to try to keep this sighting. In the meantime, I'm sending you across to Ngala.
So finally, after a long day of searching for these cats, luckily Yapi was around and managed to find them for us. But it looks like just 2 lionesses It's quite tricky to see which ones they are, but I think Yapi thinks they might be the two older lionesses. Oh. Soft little contact calls from the one, and I just want to apologize as well. There is a spotlight on these animals at the moment. However, we are using red filters over the spotlights at Ingala, which is a much more sensitive way of viewing them. Yeah, and we're not using the spotlight. It's from one of the other vehicles, the guest vehicles. We obviously got our eye on. You can see both lions heads down in the grass. Pretty sure it was them that had those kudus alarming earlier. So I wonder if they weren't on the hunt and on the move, and once they were unsuccessful and the kudus alarmed and alerted everyone else's presence that the lions were here, that they've come into this little clearing where the grass is a little bit shorter and are now resting. Also on top of the ridge, remember I was mentioning how cold it is down by the river. So another reason why these lions might be up on the top here. And you can see with her eyes open, she's not minding that light too much and having a bit of a groom, getting prepared for the evening. And it's quite tricky to see whether they've eaten recently or not, considering they are lying in long grass. Oof, how beautiful is that little look? Oh, big yawn. Last minute lions with a big yawn. What an unbelievable way to end the drive, especially after we had such a quiet drive this side. I know Andrew was pulling out all the stops. But yeah, it's just epic way to end the drive. So I'm glad that everyone else is excited as we are. And hopefully tomorrow we'll produce some amazing sightings again. Whether it's lions or of those leopards, one or the other, I'm sure we're going to come right on our side. Some hyenas calling in the distance as well. Oh, and you see, as soon as that hyena was calling, that lioness on the left picked her head up and started staring in that direction. So a fantastic afternoon all round. Lovely to end off with these lions on Ingala. Lovely to see yawning and grooming lions as well. And we will see you tomorrow morning, 6:30 South African time. Hopefully we'll be able to produce some incredible sightings. So thanks for joining and have a good evening, and we will see you all tomorrow.